Good evening. We will call the City Council meeting to order. It's 5:05 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Griffith.
Here.
Councilmember Kaji.
Here.
Councilmember Kalani.
Present.
Councilmember Lewis is absent. Councilmember Matucci.
Here.
Councilmember Shake.
Here.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with City Manager and City Attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, Real Property, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, 14B, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, 14C, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Significant Exposure to Litigation, 4 cases On July 25th, 2023, the City Council voted to not renew the business licenses of flight schools that exceeded the maximum number of flight schools listed in Resolution Number 77-215. Significant exposure to litigation. 1 case on July 25th, 2023, the City Council voted to enforce the early left turn prohibition in Torrance Municipal Code Section 51.2.3E. Significant exposure to litigation. 1 case on or about June 1, 2023, David Chandler filed a complaint of discrimination against the City of Torrance with the Civil Rights Department of the State of California. 14D, Conference with Labor Negotiator, and 14E, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.8, 54956.9D1, 54956.9D2, 54957.6, and 54956.9D4. We'll see you back here at 6:30 p.m. Thank you. Good evening. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. No action to report. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now reconvening our City Council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely. Item 2, we're going to have the flag salute and invocation. Is there anyone in the audience who is a military veteran? Please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Now, please all stand, all rise, and Councilman Matucci will lead the flag salute, and Councilman Sheikh will do the invocation.
Please join me. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In the name of God, the most gracious, most merciful. Praise to be God, Lord of the worlds, the most gracious, most merciful. Master of the day of judgment, it is you we worship, and upon you we all call for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those you have blessed, not of those amongst who there is anger, nor of those who are misguided. O Lord, thank you for the opportunity. We thank you, each and everyone who is present here and who are watching. Bestow upon us your mercy, so we remain united and humble. Shower your mercy upon us, so the decisions we make today give benefits to the humanity in the years to come. Amen.
Thank you both. We're on item 3. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolution ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Lewis absent.
Thank you. We're moving on to community matters, item 6A. It is my
Your Honor,
pleasure.
Sorry, the Bottom Point City Manager, just a couple of announcements
Oh.
on.
Yeah, I skipped over. Got it. Thank you.
No worries. We have 9B, Public Works, approved first limit to contract services agreement of transfer station disposal. That item is withdrawn. It'll come back at a later date. We do have supplemental materials for item 7, oral communications, and item 8C from Human Resources, which is to approve the proposed class specifications for budget supervisor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And now we're on to item 5, council committee meetings and announcement. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. On August 4th, 2023, the Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee met to review and discuss the Torrance Police Department's update on its public safety programs at school sites. The Torrance Police Department presented their strategies for prevention, preparation, and action regarding risks and threats to safety on and around school campuses. The committee will return to City Council at a later date to accept and file the minutes of that meeting, as well as provide a summary of the Police Department's presentation and any recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to also make note to the public that item 8G will be pulled up forward right after item 6A. We're on to item 6A, community matters. It is my pleasure this evening to welcome our special guests from our sister city, Kashiwa, Japan. We are honored to have 8 Kashiwa students and their adult leader visiting Torrance through Student Cultural Exchange Program, sponsored by the Torrance Sister City Association. Since 1974, youth ambassadors from Torrance and Kashiwa have traveled overseas to represent their city and country and take part in a 3-week cultural exchange. Students traditionally stay with host families and learn firsthand about the people, culture, and their way of life. I'm just pausing just in case there's interpretation. The newest group to participate in the student exchange arrived yesterday and will stay in Torrance until they depart on August 24th. Their itinerary includes many destinations throughout the city of Torrance, a game at Dodger Stadium, Hollywood Bowl, a visit to UCLA, the California Science Center, and much more. Each student and their adult leader are staying with host families who have been gracious enough to open up their homes. This is where they learn a tremendous amount about everyday life here in the United States. It is now my pleasure to call upon the Torrance Sister City Association President, Ms. Donna Dunlap, who will introduce our special visitors to you. Each of the delegation members will offer a few words of greeting. Donna?
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be back again. Since I saw you in June, our own students from Torrance have been to Kashiwa, and they arrived home safely last week, and they had an excellent and exciting time over there. We hope to do the same thing for our new visitors from Kashiwa. So thank you very much for supporting us. Some of you, I know, have signed up for some of the activities that we have, so thank you for that support as well. We went to the fire station today, and they had 2 calls while we were waiting. So we had an exciting time at the fire station. So thank you very much. So I'd like to introduce the adult leader for the Kashiwa delegation. His name is Hitoshi Watanabe. We all call him Hank.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hank Watanabe, an adult leader of Kashiwa delegate. Thank you very much for warm welcome. It is my sincere hope that our visit will serve as a bridge of friendship between Torrance and Kashiwa. And I hope that a relationship between the two cities will last forever. Thank you very much. Okay, let me introduce Kashiwa student. Firstly, Yurino, please.
Hi, I am Yurino Hirata. I am currently in my second year of college at Juntendo University. My faculty is International Liberal Arts, and I'm looking forward to watch baseball game of Otani. Thank you.
So which one?
Okay, got it. Great. I want to give you one of these. And maybe you should just stay in the front and let everybody come up.
Next, Shion, please.
Hello, I'm Shion Horie. I'm 19 years old. I'm a sophomore at Keio University. I belong to the Faculty of Science and Technology. Thank you for inviting me to Torrance. I'm looking forward to visiting Focus Studio. Thank you.
Next, Miwa, please.
Hello, my name is Hashimoto Miwa. I'm first grade at Keio University in Tokyo. I'm looking forward to watch Dodgers game. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Next, Haruna, please.
is Haruna Kido, a freshman in Sophia University in Tokyo. And one thing that I'm looking forward to do is spending time with my host family and experience what American people do in daily life, like go to the Target and um, shop grocery stores and making ice cream at home. Thank you.
Next, Ayumi, please.
Hello, I'm Ayumi Itagaki. I'm a second year student at Shibaura Institute of Technology Kashiwa High School. I'm looking forward to visiting San Diego and experiencing the culture of Torrance. Thank you very much for having me today.
Next, Kota, please.
Hello everyone, I'm Kota Moteki. I am very happy to see all of you today. I am a second year high school student at Kasiwa Prefectural High School. I want to change so that I can finally expressing my opinion in this event. America already has a culture, so I want to acquire that ability while interacting with various people this time. Thank you.
Next, Mahiro, please.
Hello, my name is Mahiro Sawai. I'm an 11th grade high school student and I attend Shibara Institute of Technology Kashiwa High School. I'm really appreciate the supporting of us and I'd like to experience the differences in manners and culture between Japan and the US. Thank you.
Next, Koto, please.
Hello, I'm Koto Shirota. I'm 11th high school student at Ichikashi High School. I'm looking forward to making new American friends. Thank you for inviting me today. Thank you.
Okay. Hank, you know who the last person is?
Maybe me.
Yeah! Since you already spoke, this is Hitoshi Hank Watanabe, the adult leader.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now let's let all the delegates get closer. I'm going to ask the entire council, please come and join us so we can have a group photo together. So get a little closer. Donna, you come up. Yeah. Get really close. Pretend you like each other. Maybe you guys get in the second deck and we'll just kind of form a little circle behind them. There you go. All right. Show your plaque. Great, thank you, thank you. It is indeed a pleasure to meet each of these fine students.
And glad you let them speak over there, not over here like the residents of the Torrance city. Thank you. We could walk up there and speak to you, but we cannot do that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor Chan.
Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet each of these students along with their adult leader. May you enjoy your time here in Torrance, and the next 3 weeks would be a memorable moment. And now we're going to move on to, we've pulled item 8G up, and I will invite Mr. LaRock. Oh, Garrett, item 8G.
He has the speech. Do you have the speech or? Okay. Oh, he told me to. Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Item 8G is the recommendation of the Community Service Director and the City Council appoint the 18 members of our 2023-2024 City of Torrance Youth Council.
I got it right here. The Torrance Youth Council was established 46 years ago to identify youth issues and concerns, make recommendations and suggestions, advise and confer with the City Council, City Commissions, City Committees, and the City staff on related matters. In addition, they officially represent the City in youth affairs and provide support to the Attic, a Torrance Teen Center. The Torrance Youth Council is comprised of 18 students representing Torrance Unified School District high schools, El Camino Community College, and the private high schools in Torrance. And tonight, I would like to request the City Council approve the appointment of the following 18 members to serve as the 2023 to 2024 Torrance Youth Council. In addition, I'd like to request the staff to take action to research eligible schools in Torrance that can participate in this program the next year. I'll take a motion to approve the appointment.
Motion to approve the appointment of the 18 members to the 2023-2024 City of Torrance Youth Council.
Second.
Start voting, please.
I will be a yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Your Honor, that motion carries with Council Member Lewis absent.
Now, before we swear in the students, I would like each of the members to come forward and introduce yourselves and tell us which school you will be representing.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Berga. I am a sophomore and I'm representing North High School.
Hello, my name is Celine and I'm a sophomore at Torrance High School.
Hello, my name is Alexis and I am a junior representing South High School.
Hello, my name is Julia Choi and I'll be a junior and I'll be representing South High School.
Hello, my name is John Milo Ernst and I'll be a senior at South High School.
Hi, my name is Leah and I'm junior at West High.
Good evening, my name is Chloe King and I'm going to be a senior at West this year.
Hello, my name is Matthias. I'm going to be a junior and I will be representing West High School.
Hello, my name is Ethan Lee and I'm an incoming junior representing Torrance High School.
Hi, my name is Irene Lee, and I'm a senior representing Cams High School.
Hello, my name is Bruce McCallum, and I'm going to be a junior representing West High School.
Hello, my name is Troy Miyazato, and I'm going to be a senior representing Camps High School.
Hello, my name is Hannah Suk, and I will be a junior, and I will be representing South High School.
Good evening. My name is Tyler Tanaka. I will be a junior at North High School.
Hello everyone, my name is Ritika Yala. I'm a senior and I'll be representing West High School.
On behalf of my colleagues on the Torrance City Council, it's my pleasure to congratulate all of you, and we look forward to you working with you. At this, I think you're about to get sworn in. Before we do that, let's get your group picture. Maybe you could tighten up in the front, and I'll come in and join you.
Everybody say hi, Portia.
Got it? All right, congratulations, guys.
Early dismissal or what?
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Jeanette Berga,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of
the Constitution of
the United States of America
the United States of America
and the Constitution of
and the Constitution of
the State of California
the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic.
foreign and domestic.
I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of
to the Constitution of
the United States of America
the United States of America
and the Constitution of
and the Constitution of
the State of California.
the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and I will faithfully discharge
and I will faithfully discharge
the duties upon
the duties upon
which I am about to enter.
which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. Your liaison has the oaths. You'll go outside and sign them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We're now moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification and refer item to staff. Speakers on the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. Speakers, please turn off your cell phones when you come to speak. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 11 copies for the city clerk. It's 15 minutes. At this point, it's 7:08. City clerk?
Bob T.
Yeah, I'm here to speak against the extension of the Green Line. And I've seen in other meetings and people talking about the generalities of what great things mass transportation is, but not addressing this specific project, this specific time, which is $2 billion to go 2.8 miles. And the biggest lie I hear is how it's going to increase property values. 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting where people were concerned about planes going by 1,000 feet up. I fail to see how trains coming by every 5-10 minutes on the ground near people's property is going to increase property values. And the population density isn't there. It's going to destroy the city of Lawndale because it takes away their main business front. And none of the other benefits, actually I got more time than I thought. And we're already serviced by the Green Line at Marine. The job density is North Redondo, all the aerospace stuff, which is also serviced by the Green Line. And I urge you to look at this particular project rather than just thinking, oh great, mass transportation. It's how bridges to nowhere get built.
Thank you, sir.
James Henry.
I have a handout. What do you consent calendar item 8I, City Treasurer accept and file investment report for the month of June 2023. What you have before you is the total gain in the city's investment for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. The city treasurer made a profit of $67,070,631 for the entire year. Hopefully, this amount will appear in the city's financial statements that come out on January 2024. Hopefully, they will appear in the city's financial statements in January of 2024. Hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Noel Lai.
Hi, I'm Noelle Lai. I am a community liaison working for UCLA Blood and Platelet Center, and I'm here to ask, we're having a blood drive in about a couple weeks on August 24th from 9 to 2 in the HR building, and this is only for city employees, so I'm asking department supervisors and the supervisors to please help get the word out, because it's only for city employees. So I feel really, I can't do anything more. I'm just dependent on city employees to come and donate blood. And you may or may not know that there's only like 2% of Californians that actually donate blood, actually even less. We are the lowest state. And all summer long, I've just been pleading, getting the word out there so people can come and donate blood for our patients. And literally, 1 pint saves 3 lives. So please, please, doesn't take much to save 3 lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Noel. Thank you, UCLA donation.
Michael Lyon.
Following council deliberations on the flight schools last time, the question remains, should incessant flight school activity continue to lessen the quality of life in many Torrance neighborhoods? Or is it the responsibility of our elected officials to put the mental health and well-being of the larger community above the ongoing expansion of a single business? Please revisit the all-important issue of the touch and goes at the next council meeting. Concentrating touches and goes weekdays between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. in 8 hours of hell-type fashion won't solve the problem. And it's no way for civilized people in densely populated neighborhoods to live. There's good reason why Monterey Airport, near where my parents moved, limited touches and goes to a maximum of 4 every 2 hours, not 30, 40, 50 or more every hour. Thank you.
David Ortiz.
David Ortiz from District 2. I saw the article in the paper about you guys not knowing that it was a bad idea to put in the train line. everybody knew was a bad idea years ago. It's amazing that you guys didn't know that. That's all I gotta say about that. Plus, you ought to give us a little bit more than 1 minute. Need more than 1 minute, maybe a minute and a half to say our piece. That would be great, you know. And I think you guys should have the districts that you belong to, that you guys are representing in front of your nameplates. Because you're representing us. I don't even know what district it's in. I'm from District 2. Who's from District 2? Raise your hand. That guy's there. Okay, well, how come none of you? That's what I mean. You need to have that nameplate that says that you're what district you're from. It's bad. You guys represent us. Show us that you need to represent us. Thank you.
Very good. You did that in 1 minute, too. Next person.
Gina?
I told you it should be 30 seconds.
So I'm here tonight on behalf of the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It has been several years that we have been coming to these city council meetings demanding that you have a civilian oversight commission. We just watched you indoctrinate a whole group of youth for Torrance City Council youth members, right? But you can't have a civilian oversight commission for your murderous police department? Make that make sense. Also, it was very starkly noticeable what demographic was missing from your youth council. I did not see one black child on that youth council. Ask yourself why. Torrance has an anti-blackness problem, and it pervades to this day. It pervades under new leadership. It just keeps going and going. So we're going to keep coming and coming, and we're here with Black Lives Matter and White People for Black Lives to demand a civilian oversight commission and that you do better.
Mary Ann?
I don't think there was any Italians on that.
What?
Good.
They did not hear you.
There was no Italians on that group either. Or Pakistani.
Oh, sweet baby G. Okay. Create a civilian oversight commission, an independent civilian oversight commission. This is the easiest, cheapest, actual institutional change that you can make of all the demands that have been made by Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family. And it would go a long way toward holding folks accountable, yourselves as well, and to create a modicum of transparency to the public and provide a place for citizens to go when they have an issue. And yet you still flatly refuse. You clearly are still not confident that the citizens of Torrance agree with you. Why is that apparent? Because you won't even do a poll of your own constituents. And I think you have a sense that folks have overwhelmingly have concerns about two things: the amount of unjust harassment and violence that's committed by Torrance PD, and the amount of money that is paid out from Torrance coffers because of it. Say his name. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Carrie?
Good evening. Wait. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family as well, and asking about that you create a civilian oversight committee for officers to have accountability. I actually think this is a part of public safety, and I know that public safety gets mentioned later on tonight and talked about. And there will also be some transparency. In fact, every police department in LA County should have an oversight commission. And it's just that there's even more violence happening in these last 3 years since George Floyd was murdered. And also, I just want to know, why are we not at that podium?
I think that's all the folks who submitted a comment card. Has anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on items not on the agenda? You have 1 minute.
Honorable Mayor Chen, members of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, Rafi Rebucas, District 3. This is the last City Council meeting that I'll be attending before I head off to college in the District of Columbia, and so I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you to our elected officials, our team of elected officials, for your commitment to civic engagement, your commitment to making sure that students get involved and that students' voices are heard. To city staff, Manager Shaparian, Director Ramirez, Mr. Santana, Chief Dumais, Chief Hart, Mrs. Strader, thank you for your civil service. Thank you for your work in making sure that Torrance is the best place for a child to grow up. You see, the city of Torrance has shown itself to me so many different times, from the time it allowed me to act as mayor in 2019 on Students in Government Day, to the opportunity that the people of Torrance gave me to serve on the Torrance Police Department Advisory Board. It's not lost on me. Thank you. Thank you for your civil service. Thank you for your public service.
Thank you. I just asked the gentleman with the camera, will you just let the speaker speak uninterrupted? Understand, just laugh to yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Joy Richardson from Senator Stephen Bradford's office. I just wanted to bring greetings from the senator, and I wanted to share with you that we did an amazing event this past Saturday and gave out over 1,000 backpacks and other services at the University of Dominguez, and that we're having our annual jazz festival at the end of the month, the last Sunday in the month on August the 27th. And I'm going to hang out for the meeting, so if there's anything that anyone needs from the state senator, you are welcome to tap me. My name is Joy Richardson. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Joy, and thank the senator for us. Anyone else wants to speak?
Excuse me, Mr. Chen, if I find something funny, I laugh at, because people clap here, You did not tell any of these people not to clap when they were clapping. And if I laugh in this joke, that's a problem. And by the way, the dude, as a whatever, asking you, he just did not bend over. This is here for him. This is what he celebrates, these dividers. Or this microphone, what is 20 feet from there. I went to the city council to Redondo Beach. I could walk up there and talk to them. And 3 minutes, Mr. Chen, 3 minutes. And I could walk up there. Maybe I have to be from Kashiwa, Japan. Maybe I have to be a foreigner to have the right to address you from there. What my taxpayer dollars paid for. And don't get scolded because I'm laughing on an idiot joke. That guy was a
Sir,
joke.
your time is up. We know that you're laughing as intentionally disrupting. Sir, if you keep on disrupting, you will be ejected. This is your warning. Our 15-minute oral one has concluded. Let's see, 9A. All right. Give me a second. Okay, moving on to consent calendar. Item 8G has been pulled. Do any members wish to pull any items listed in the consent calendar?
Mayor, would I like to pull item 8E as in Edward, please?
Okay, 8E. Any other item? If not, I'll take a motion to approve all items on the consent calendar except 8E and 8G.
Motion to approve all the items on the consent calendar with the exception of 8E and 8G, which was already approved. Thank you.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Lewis absent.
Okay, item 8E, Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for public awareness, could staff please elaborate the selection process for the art that we're going to be displaying on the 12 utility boxes, please? Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Monica Hart, Cultural Services Manager. The selection process, we will begin, first of all, there will be 12 initial utility boxes, and those artists for those initial 12 utility boxes will be from Torrance. And part of the process will be that we will issue a press release requesting artists submit art for the pilot program with the goal of building a library of around 50 submissions for sponsors to choose from. The sponsors who wish to sponsor a utility box will have the opportunity to choose from those or to bring their own artist or to request specific themes. And the initial review will be by staff, and then it will be given to the commissioners, the cultural arts commissioners, and then from there, it'll go to the council, and the council will have final approval.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And if there's any further questions, we do have one of our commissioners here, Commissioner Sargent.
Good evening, Your Honourable Body. I'd like to mention that we started this over a year ago, and the Cultural Arts Commission were very excited to be involved with this beautification of Torrance. And several of us on a subcommittee spent quite a bit of time going around Torrance and picking sites that we thought would be good places, which had boxes that were pretty visible and that people would notice. And we've also been in other cities where some of our local cities already have these boxes that they have decorated. So I hope that you will support this program that all of the Cultural Arts Commission is very happy about. Thank you.
You don't have any questions? You want to make a motion, Councilman
Sure.
Shake?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve consent calendar item 8E.
Do you have a second?
I second. Oh. Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Lewis absent.
Thank you. Moving on to administrative matters. Item 9A from Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
No, Your Honor, just a brief oral presentation. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Chen, members of the council. My name is Lily Cortez with the Public Works Department. Item 9A is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the submittal of applications to the California Department of Resources, Recycling and Recovery, or CalRecycle, for all grants for which the City of Torrance is eligible for a 5-year period beginning August 8th, 2023, and ending August 8, 2028. And to authorize the Public Works Director or his designee to execute all grant-related documents. So CalRecycle requires a resolution authorizing the submittal of the grant application and establishing the Public Works Director or his designee as the executor of the grant as part of the application process. Once in place, this resolution can be used for any CalRecycle waste management grant applications the city wishes to pursue over the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the council have questions or comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a comment. Thank you for looking for the grants for this activity. Appreciate that. I just want to acknowledge and recognize how difficult it is to get those grants, and you guys are on top of this. And thank you for your diligence on this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the council? If not, are there members of the public who wish to make a comment on this item?
Your Honor, James Henry signed up.
Oh, James Henry, please come up.
I have a question. What is the dollar amount of the grants that the city is trying to obtain from the state of California Cal Recycle program?
The amounts vary depending on the grant.
So you don't know?
There are multiple grants, and the amounts vary depending on the specific grant.
You could probably get an educated guess that in 2022, we were awarded roughly 200,000. So hopefully we get something at least comparable.
Right.
But like she said, you know, we're going to ask as much as we can get, I assume.
Right, correct.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
Hi. I know this is not your fault, you know, we have to recycle the table scraps and everything, but I just would like to tell you, because you are our leaders, you know, when I came to America, I had 36-gallon trash cans, and I lived in Redondo Beach, and after I moved out of my car. So we had 36-gallon trash cans, you know, the little one, what I put in it, you know, trash days, you know, people came and dig through on it, took half of it, the good stuff, and the trash man just took it, you know, and it was a fraction of the cost what I'm paying for trash pickup. So I don't know, more you help us to save the earth, the more it costs us, you know. And what happened to the garbage disposals? Are they illegal or they don't sell anymore? Garbage disposal? You know.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, I'll ask for a number and title from the city clerk.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2023-81. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing submittal of applications for the Department of Resources, Recycling and Recovery, Cal Recycle grants for which the City of Torrance is eligible.
Move to adopt resolution number 2023-81.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Lewis absent.
Thank you. Now we're on to item 9B from Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Your Honor, 9B was pulled to another meeting. Thank
Got
you.
it. Sorry about that. We're on to item 9C from the City Manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Item 9C is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council, 1, adopt a resolution setting forth changes for executive and management employees relating to the fire prevention manager / fire marshal job classification, and 2, adopt a resolution setting forth changes for fire safety management relating to the hazardous material first responder premium. Staff is available for questions.
Do we have any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. Do we have comments from the public on this item?
Hi, Pork Chop time. You can call me Pork Chop because you named me Pork Chop. So next time, not the guy with the camera, call me Pork Chop. That's my name. So
Mr.
I'm
Pork
reading
Chop.
on this one that changes were necessary to reflect the functions and positions, including the duties of the fire marshal, blah, blah, blah. But I don't see the changes on that. The only changes I see, how much he's going to make. Hello? So where are the changes? Where are the changes for this fire marshal? It's not listed here. I don't see the changes. I only see that monthly paycheck is 11,000 to 15,000. And, you know, I think I read an article in the paper. The firefighters are the highest overtime and highest paid members of our society, not just in Torrance, you know.
Thank you, sir. Are there anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll ask the clerk for number and title, please.
Your Honor, the first is Resolution Number 2023-82, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Resolution Number 2023-12, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for executive and management employees effective July 30th, 2023. The second resolution is Resolution Number 2023-83, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Resolution Number 2019-84, setting forth changes regarding the hours, wages, and working conditions for fire safety management effective January 15th, 2015 through December 31st, 2022.
Motion to concur and adopt resolution numbers 2023-82 and 2023-83.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Lewis absent.
Thank you. Item 9D from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9D is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve side letter agreements between 1, the Torrance Firefighters Association and Management, which updates the hazardous premium / first responder, and 2, the Torrance Professional and Supervisory Association and Management, which adds the position of Budget Supervisor. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Any members of the council have comments or questions on this item? I don't see any. Any members for the public who wish to speak on this item?
All right. Just to bring back the memories, why I started to be involved with the public engagement. Firefighters raided my house because my neighbor called in. I have hazardous waste on my property, which I did not do. Fire Captain Kevin Carter showed up with his boys and told me I have to take down the things from the things what wasn't hazardous waste. The dudes came to my house screaming that I have hazardous waste there in T-shirts. The fire captain brought the boys for hazardous waste in T-shirts. So maybe instead of this hazardous extra pay, maybe you should hire people with brain. What kind of stupid asshole shows up for hazardous waste in T-shirt? Huh? Kevin Carter.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager.
Make a motion to concur with the recommendation from city manager.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Lewis absent.
I feel like there's a race on who's going to make the motion tonight. Now is the time and the place for the public hearing on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director that City Council deny the appeal and adopt a resolution approving a division of lot to allow a flagged lot subdivision of one parcel into 4 parcels on property located in the R1 zone at 2126 238th Street. The public hearing will be conducted as follows. Staff will begin with a presentation of the project and respond to any questions from the City Council. The appellant will have up to 10 minutes afterwards to speak and make a presentation and respond to any questions the council may have. Afterwards, the proponent will have up to 10-minute period to speak and make a presentation, respond to any questions the council may have. Then the public can make public comment for a period will begin with each speaker of having up to 2 minutes to speak. At the conclusion of the public comment period, the appellant will have the opportunity up to another 5 minutes for rebuttal. Has the matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation? Whoops.
I just want to disclose that I went to the site and I walked the neighborhood several times. Thank you. But my decision tonight will be based on the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have disclosures?
Yes, Mayor, I also would like to disclose that I did visit the property multiple times, but my decision will be based on the presentation, material presented to us today. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you. I also disclose that I've visited the property, and my decisions will be based on the evidence I hear tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Yes, Your Honor. I also visited the property, and my decision will be based on the presentation this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I've also visited the property, and my decision will be made on the presentation tonight.
Thank you. I did not visit it recently, but I do recall this item years ago, so I will just disclose I did see it before. All right. Is there a presentation from staff?
Yeah, thanks, Your Honor. My name is Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm, again, Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department. The applicant, tonight before you, the applicant's requests approval to subdivide the property into 4 flag lots. A zone change is not included as part of the subdivision request. A division of lot is required to allow the subdivision. Slide, please. The presentation will provide a summary of the proposed project that includes location and zoning, aerial photography of the vicinity, proposed parcel map, some site photos, and we'll conclude with the recommendation to the City Council. Slide, please. This slide shows the location and zoning. The subject site is highlighted at the center in yellow, is rectangular, measures 26,082 square feet, and is located on the south side of 238th Street between Arlington Avenue and Cabrillo Avenue. The site is currently developed with 2 homes and features 2 curb cuts. One in the middle of the site that leads to a carport, and one in the northwest corner that leads to a garage. The subject site, as well as those properties shown in blue, are zoned R1 and are mostly developed with single-family homes. Again, a zone change is not included as part of the subdivision request. Adams Elementary School is shown in green, which is zoned public use. And the properties zoned in pink along Arlington Avenue are zoned residential professional. And the properties in the south are in the city of Lomita. Slide, please. This slide shows aerial photography of the vicinity with flag lots on 238th Street and 237th Street shown in yellow. There are also 2 parcels with multiple residences on 238th Street but are not highlighted on this slide. This slide demonstrates that the subject request will be consistent with compatible with the development pattern of the surrounding area. Slide, please. This slide shows a proposed site plan or the parcel map for the proposed subdivision request. Please note that the exhibit has been rotated clockwise to fit on the screen. The request proposes a flag lot subdivision of 1 parcel into 4 parcels. Slide, please. Parcels 1 and 2 are shown in yellow and blue and will front 238th Street, with each measuring approximately 50 feet wide and by 126 feet deep for a gross area of 6,321 square feet. Parcels 3 and 4 are shown in pink and green and are located at the rear, with each measuring approximately 55 feet wide by 111 feet deep for a gross area of 6,720 square feet. The required access easement is a 15-foot wide central driveway that totals 2,254 square feet. Per code, the access easement does not count towards the lot area in the flag lots. As such, the parcels 1 and 2 have a net area of 6,004 square feet each, with parcels 3 and 4 at 6,001 square feet each. The proposed parcels meets the 6,000 square foot minimum as well as a minimum 50-foot width and 80-foot depth requirement, lot dimensions required by code. And it's also consistent with other R1 lots in the city. Slide, please. This photograph was taken looking south at the tour of the subject site across 238th Street. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from the subject property looking north. Slide, please. Here we are looking east down 238th Street. Slide, please. And here we have a photograph looking west along 238th Street. Slide, please. In closing remarks, the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director is that the City Council deny the appeal and adopt a resolution approving a division of lot to allow a flag lot subdivision of one parcel into 4 parcels on property located in the R1 zone at 2126 238th Street. With that said, thank you, Mayor and Council. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Does any member of the council have any questions for staff at this time? I don't see any. And now I will ask the appellant to please come forward to the microphone. And you'll have up to 10 minutes to speak. So is the appellant here tonight?
Is this on? No.
Go ahead and speak close to the microphone.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
All right. I live adjacent, 2120 238th Street to this property, and we're appealing that this property not be changed from R1 to R4. Reason being is they want to build back there 4 homes, and this has been turned down now twice by the city council. And we were asking them to do it again for the simple reason is the area is no better, actually, yet worse as far as traffic, parking, everything, that has to do with our community there. And with the school across the street, that's actually the biggest problem, of course. And it makes that street pretty well impassable, or at least one lane, 45 hours a day. And so there's also a problem with building, huge construction. The school across the street is just kids from 5 to 8 years old. There's 350 of them this year, and that means there'll be 350 parents going to the school up the street, picking up dropping the kids off, picking the kids up, and and the traffic is just unbelievable 9 months out of the year. So the only real difference that we're able to see in this situation is that this company now has gone, they were trying to raise the grade, obviously, a couple of times, didn't work. So now they've gone to what I showed you is a sewage pump. So that's in their recommendations. I contacted the maker, the constructor of sewage pumps, which I've shown you a picture of. And I actually gave them the impression that I was the customer. And they told me, I told them it was 180 feet with 11-foot rise in the property and whatever, elevation. And they told me flat out, he told me that would be very, very skeptical to be able to reach that sewer. And then he gave me a part number and said, well, this is what you need to have. And that's an industrial pump with a grinder in it. So it's quite a deal. And he was very skeptical if that would even do the trick because of the elevation. Now, we're hoping that go through this, that, and whatever several more times, that if you just didn't allow that lot to be changed into a four parcel, then this would be the end of it. But what we're also afraid of is pick and, what do we call it, pick and, switch and pick, or whatever it is. I'm sorry. Huh? Yeah, bait and switch. So in other words, if that manufacturer was correct and they weren't able to use this pump, then they're going to be back to you. And if you make this a R4 and want to raise the grade, whatever they wanted to do the last two times. And that's what we're afraid of, is that the easiest way to take care of the situation is just to deny that now. I wanted to remind you also of the other people in our community, in our street. It's very, very highly populated. And we're not talking about 200 or 300 people during construction and after. We're talking about probably more like a 2,000 that would be seriously hampered and due to these homes being built. Plus, what are you going to do? You're going to put 8, 12, 14 more cars on the street on a daily basis that has one lane now, 9 months out of the year. This thing really, there's no upside to this. There really isn't, except maybe lining some director's pocket or something, I don't know. But we're asking you to stop it now and don't let this go forward because it's no good for anybody. And also, you got all those kids across the street, just babies, and accidents happen. And you're not going to get no 18-wheelers up and down that street 3 or 4 times a day and blah, blah, blah. And the playgrounds are right directly on 238th Street. So it's just another consideration. So anyway, well, thank you for your time, and we would hope that you would go along with us on this.
Thank you, sir. And at this moment, does any members of the council have any questions to the appellant? I don't see any. And City Clerk, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this matter? Actually, I'm going to go back.
To the proponent.
The proponent, you have now up to 10 minutes to speak on this period, on this item.
Evening, Mayor,
Go
Council.
ahead.
Bruce Borneman, 1814 to 47th Street, Lomita. I'm not going to repeat too much of what we presented last time since it's before you. Things like the project complies with every local
Sir,
ordinance.
just going to interrupt you for a second.
Sure.
Because this is half of the council was not here before. Just want to make sure you're aware. So
Sure.
pretend we don't know anything.
Okay. I'll reiterate that our project complies with all local ordinances, all county ordinances, all state ordinances, all federal ordinances. You cannot find anything about this project that does not comply with the rule of law. And I hope we all guide ourselves by the rule of law. And as far as the objections to the project, I couldn't find anything to sink my teeth into. But as far as overpacking the lot with too much density, we're actually lower than the typical density in the neighborhood. The typical lot in southeast Torrance is 5,775 square feet. We're at 6,000 square feet, so we're a lower density. And as far as the raising the grade, we have no plans on that. Apparently the gentleman contacted the wrong type of pump manufacturer, as there will be no sewerage pumping on this project. We have sufficient, the sewer is low enough in the street that we can gravity flow to the sewer out in the street. What we're talking about is the rainwater. And that's a totally different type of pump, totally different storage system. I've designed dozens and dozens of these, and it's quite possible to do this and avoid the retaining walls and the massive bringing in all the, importing all the dirt. That can all be avoided. So there's not much else I can say about this, as the objections just don't have much substance. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone from the council have questions for the proponent?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I have a couple of questions for you. You're going to be building 4 units in this property, am I correct, sir?
4 single-family homes.
4 single-family homes, okay. And how about the parking situation? Would you have a garage in that?
Code-required parking will be met.
Let me
If I
ask.
may interrupt, Your Honor, I just want to caution the council, because it's just a subdivision of lot before us, and the proponent can make whatever representations he wants this evening about what he's going to build, but the project's not actually before us. There's no parking requirements before us. There's no water or grading requirement. It's just simply a subdivision of lot. So we're not really permitted to consider that other speculative evidence at this point in the proceedings.
Understand. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Tasha, for the clarification. The reason I'm asking, just for the public information, there are some exceptions. What kind of parcel we're going to be allowing that? So I wanted to understand, what is he building for that? So if he says he's going to build something else, I'll be a little concerned. So I just want to understand that he'll be building residential units. Correct, Michelle? Do you have any comments?
No, correct.
Thank you. And for staff, the vote for this was 6-1. And just for understanding purposes, do we know whoever the commission didn't oppose, did they provide any explanation why they didn't agree with this?
Councilman Sheikh, unfortunately, I don't recall. I just know that it was Planning Commissioner Choi that was recommending a motion for a denial at the time. Then there was a substitute motion for approval, and that's the way that was reflected.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify one thing that I heard. I want to make sure is not happening. There's no zone change involved in this. This is purely a lot split into legal-sized R1 lots.
Correct, Councilman Griffiths. This is not, the request is not for a zone change. The property will still remain, or if approved, the resulting properties will remain in the R1 zone.
Thank you. And would this be the time to discuss trees, or would that be something to discuss at a time for any future project to be brought forward?
That would be for a discussion at the time in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? If not, I will go to the clerk. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public who signed up to speak on this matter?
Yes, Paul Cervantes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Paul Cervantes. I'm a resident of 238th Street, a few houses down from the proposed project. And I also just wanted to sort of support my neighbors in urging you not to support or not to approve the project by this gentleman or his company. And the reason being is, there's the street, like he mentioned before, it's not just a traffic or a density issue. It's, yes, the school's across the street, but it's something that I would ask yourselves, would you want that in your own neighborhoods? We live in a neighborhood, we all have single-family homes, and we like it that way. So to bring in 4 new houses in an already crowded street would be, I would just ask you that. Would you like that to happen in your own, your own neighborhoods? And, whether the project is in compliance or meets all the guidelines, there's spirit of the law and letter of the law in some cases, and I would ask you to lean more towards spirit of the law. Despite being in compliance with things, I would ask that, the effect that it would have on the neighborhood would be, detrimental to the residents. We've already absorbed or not a halfway house, but a woman's shelter on our street. 4 houses down. I know my time's almost up. Oh, I got some extra time. We already absorbed a subdivision on our street that houses battered. I believe it's a battered women's shelter. So we've done our share in absorbing and adding residents to our street, and I just think that this project would, would not work on our particular street for the various reasons that the gentleman stated earlier. And I appreciate your due diligence in actually going out to the sites and visiting and looking at things firsthand. And I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, sir. Any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? You have 2 minutes.
Pork chop again. I looked at on Google Map, Street View while you were talking, and is it already houses on that property? At least two houses on that property, what I can see. So I don't know what is the big difference. I always for, people should do things whatever they wanna do with their property, So if you guys voted against the people in the motorhome or mobile home community being kicked out because somebody bought the land and raised the rents and everything, somebody bought the mobile home park. You guys did not do nothing against it. We cannot do nothing against it. But when the other guy wants to build 4 units here, then we are here again. But he bought the lot. You know what I mean? He just bought the lot for $1 million or $1.2 million. So I don't know. It's already houses on the property, So I don't know if it's only 2. Now it's gonna be 4. The lots are really big. That's a huge lot. So I don't know. I would let the guy build stuff on his property. That's his property. If the neighbors doesn't like it, they shouldn't buy it. They shouldn't buy it and then not build on it. That's what I think.
Thank you, sir. Any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll take a motion to
Move.
close. Oh, that's right. The appellant, you have 5 minutes rebuttal. Do you want to take your 5 minutes?
I just wanted to mention, to remind you that this has been turned down twice to go from R1 to R4. And we're not talking this time about the grade. But I just want to remind the council that that would be next, again. This is number 3 here, the city council, and you backed this up twice. And I just wanted you to know that. And we were not talking about a water pump from the houses to the sewer. We were talking about a sewage pump that was brought up at the previous meeting with, what is it, the
Planning Commission.
Yeah, the planning commission. It was a sewage pump. And that is a big difference. So anyway, I just want to remind you, and that's why I went to the trouble of checking on it and seeing, you know, what the actual manufacturers had to say. And I quoted what they said. So anyway, well, thank you for your time, and just do the right thing, I guess. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's no one else who wishes to speak. I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Lewis absent.
How does the council wish to proceed? I didn't want to ask for a number and title yet until I know how you wish to proceed. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, looking at how the state is treating some of our residential neighborhoods and how they're forcing us to chop up whole what used to be old single-family neighborhoods, and pushing us to build ADUs, and in some cases, I think at one point there was a SB 50 that was introduced. Luckily, it didn't go through, but a lot of other laws are being pushed by Sacramento. So, what worries me is that a subdivision will inevitably bring us not just 4 homes. It'll be 4 homes plus possibly an ADU, then a junior ADU for each one. Now, that wouldn't be, overall, I don't think it would be the worst case scenario. I mean, we could be seeing more legislation, and I think Councilman Griffiths probably has a better insight as to the laws that are coming down from Sacramento, but the worst case scenario, in my opinion, would be high-density residential in a R1 by state law. Now, I think the appellant mistakenly put lot from R1 to R4, so it's technically still R1, just subdivided into 4 different lots. So those 4 lots will still be R1, and they're actually, even with the subdivision, they're bigger than my lot home. So it is a huge lot. I personally do have concerns about lot subdivisions. I don't think this one is necessarily threatening. As a matter of fact, I think being smaller lots might actually be beneficial to try to preserve the single family feel of the whole neighborhood. I'd be inclined to deny the appeal and approve the subdivision based on the fact that it is more than half an acre of land that I think right now it's not really serving anything by just having just open space in the back. It's not like it's a park or anything for people to use. So I think using it as 4 homes, which I believe could probably better serve the community than what's there now. Again, it's tough not knowing what Sacramento is thinking, and we see it almost on a monthly basis when we get our reports, new laws that are pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. But again, I'd be inclined to deny the appeal and approve the subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Matucci brought up an interesting point that I didn't really think about because it's a pretty straightforward lot split, but with the new housing bills that have passed, it does create some issues. And I want to get some clarification from staff. My recollection might not be precise, and I'm hoping staff is better, but under SB 9, which would allow for a split of a R1 zone lot, would these subdivided lots be eligible for SB 9 treatment? Or my memory serves me, for some reason, I'm thinking if there's already been a lot split, there can't be an additional lot split even under SB 9, but I'd like to get confirmation of that from staff.
Councilman Griffiths, yes. So, if my understanding is correct, it would not qualify for another subdivision as this has previously gone through a subdivision. I think under the SB 9 laws, and I have to double check to confirm, but I believe that it wouldn't allow any SB 9 as long as they're within 3 years of each other or something like that. If the property was subdivided before that, it would not. But I can verify and provide you with that information.
Yeah, that's kind of my recollection as well. I just don't remember if there was a time frame involved or anything like that. But obviously, since SB 9 is a law on the books today, I would like to know how this lot split would impact potential SB 9 application in the future. Sorry to
While they're searching, are there any other comments or questions from other members of the council? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm sure that most of you that visited the area saw there are similar, what appears to be similar lot splits with several single-family residents on the space. So, this request is in keeping with that area. And the existing buildings that are on there now, this would appear to be an enhancement should there be new buildings on the site. Those were my observations. Thank you.
I would agree with you based on seeing the place. While I'm allowing other councilmen to speak, I think anytime you have any type of construction, I think you will have some construction vehicles going on. So that's part of construction. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I appreciate the comments made by my colleagues related to legislation being handed down from Sacramento. And I would be interested in whether or not SB 9 has any implications for the site. But other than that, looking at the subject property and the condition of the property, and also understanding that this would be to subdivide the properties and the zoning would be consistent with the surrounding zoning, I would also vote towards to deny the appeal and to support the subdivision. But I do believe that this is a value add. For the appellant, I do understand concerns about the school across the street. And having lived across the school, I understand what the traffic flows are in both mornings and afternoons. However, looking at how individuals conduct their work these days, a lot of work is now conducted at home, which doesn't require as much ingress and egress by residents. So so once again, I would support to vote to deny the appeal and support the subdivision. Thank you.
I think staff has some information.
Yeah, Your Honor, and Councilman Griffiths, in response to the question about SB 9, I was confused with the 3-year requirement. That was the occupancy thing, so my apologies, but we did double check. They would not qualify under to subdivide the parcel as it was previously split. So they would not be able to do an SB 9 lot on this.
That's very nice to know. Thank you.
Okay, I think based on what I believe what I hear, I'm going to ask the clerk for a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2023-84, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a division of lot as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 2, Article 29 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow flag lot subdivision of one parcel into 4 parcels on property located in the R1 zone at 2126 238th Street.
I move to deny the appeal and approve division stated in resolution 2023-84.
I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Lewis absent.
Thank you. Now we're down to, there are no agency agendas. We're moving on to item 12, second reading ordinances. Item 12A, City Clerk, may we have number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3920, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adding Chapter 19 entitled Smoking in Multifamily Dwellings to Division 4 of the Torrance Municipal Code entitled Public Health and Welfare.
Move to adopt ordinance 39. Oh, sorry.
Questions from Councilman Griffiths?
Thank you, Mayor. My recollection serves me as that I was the lone no vote on this item, and the record here presented in the item shows that I was an aye. I'd like to make sure that that's corrected. And my name is spelled wrong. That's not as important.
If you can give me 1 minute, I
Sure,
can
sure.
check the minutes.
Yeah, no worries.
Councilmember, you are correct. You voted no. I apologize. The staff report is incorrect.
And then my spelling of my last name. Thank you.
I will get that corrected.
Okay. With those corrections, I believe
Yes, I'll
Councilman
amend the,
Tucci still could make the motion.
and that was for ordinance number 3920 with the correction.
I second.
Start voting, please.
Sure. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Because, I learn things here when I'm attending these meetings. I used to be a smoker, and I don't know what is this for. Hardly anybody smoking, and how you going to enforce this, But it's still nice you acting on it like, because the government doesn't make money of the cigarette smokers. But it would be nice if you would act upon the airplane noise. Noise is bad for your health. Bad for your health. These planes coming above my house, and I'm going to call in the authorities because I think they are targeting me with their airplanes. But screw the people who is bombarded by airplane noise. And who made that deal? Mr. Shaparian? Who's that two company who you illegally allow?
Thank you, sir. Now we're moving on to item 12B.
Your Honor, we have to finish the motion.
Oh, I thought we
And
voted already.
because we went to the speaker, we have to redo the motion.
Okay.
Hold on one moment. I believe that was Councilmember
Matucci.
Tucci and Councilmember Kaji that made the motion.
Correct.
If you could start voting again, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no and Councilmember Lewis absent.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 12B. City Clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3921, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Torrance Municipal Code Chapter 5, Article 3 of Division 9 by amending Section 95.3.20 pertaining to the regulation of car wash facilities. Sorry.
Sir, if you wish to speak.
Of course. I like this because, noise is very bad, and I congratulate you acting up on this because, car washes are annoying and unnecessary. You wash your car, it becomes dirty again, and when you wash your car, you scratch your car with the dust is on it, so it's bad for your paint job. You should wash your car when you want to sell it. Anyway, it's a good thing you have this ordinance and pass it because it's takes care of some noise, but what about the airplane noise? For Pete's sake, I'm gonna call him 415 on this son of a bitches. They are very loud above my house day after day, and they're targeting me. There is absolutely no reason to fly above my house one after the other. Why don't they?
Thank you, sir. I will withhold my comment. I'll take a motion to adopt ordinance 3221.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Lewis absent.
Okay, we're moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification or refer the item to staff. Speakers on the oral communications are limited to either oral communications number 1 or number 2, and not more than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. Speakers, please turn off your cell phones when you come to the microphone to speak. If presenting handout, please provide 11 copies to City Clerk. Do we have anyone from the public who did not speak on oral communications number 1 who wish to speak now? I don't see any. I will bring this oral communications to the council. Councilman Shake, you're the first one up.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple items. First, we had a meeting with Austria's Consul General, who visited us. That was a great visit. We discussed numerous items, cultural exchange. Additionally, a reminder to the community that we'll have a Nisei Week parade on August the 13th on streets of Little Tokyo. You can join. And finally, there's going to be Independence Day of Pakistan on August the 14th. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to report that I was the lone representative of our city council representing Torrance at the Independent Cities Conference held July 27th through 30th earlier in July. And it was a tremendously beneficial conference, and I certainly hope my colleagues will attend in the future. There was many discussions that were had that that impact issues in front of our city, including discussions of metro transit issues, homelessness. We also had a talk with our DA, George Gascon, and we got to hear how his brain thinks and how most of us disagreed with him. There's many other sessions that were really beneficial to any city certainly in Southern California. And the other benefit that is always strong is that we got to network with many of our colleagues in cities around us, and that helps to build camaraderie and ability to communicate more effectively on issues that are relevant to not just our cities, but to our whole region. And the last thing that was important to have many discussions on was the issue of state overreach in many of the bills attacking local control for cities, and I was very involved in many of those discussions. So I found the whole conference extremely beneficial, but I certainly hope in the future my colleagues will be able to attend, since I will be unable to soon in the future. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. A week ago, the mayor and myself hosted a delegation sponsored by the United States Department of State. And this was a small delegation from Japan, and it was comprised of 4 people, 2 from Okinawa Prefecture, and 2 cities which border on U.S. military installations, and another individual from the city of Yokosuka, where the United States Navy maintains a base for the 7th Fleet. And we invited them here to City Hall. We had a chance to have lunch with them. And it was, I think, beneficial for them to see how we in the city of Torrance operate, our diversity here in the community, and also the role that our local Japanese American community has played here in local history. So in the future, we will be also meeting with other groups coming by way of the Department of State, and I think that the role of our city of Torrance in conveying the American message to those from other parts of the world can play a significant role in helping to mold U.S. foreign policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things this evening. First of all, I want to wish my colleague a very, very happy birthday to Councilmember Lewis, who's celebrating, it's actually her birthday today. So if you're watching, which you probably are, happy birthday. And also, some of the council members and staff were able to attend the opening night of the Torrance Theater Company's play, Kinky Boots. It was a lot of fun. So it concluded with a standing ovation during the night. And if you still would like to go, there's still time to get tickets. You can go to www.torrancetheatercompany.com to choose your tickets. Enjoy, and good night.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to wish Bridget Lewis a happy birthday. And I want to say thank you to Rafi Rabukas. He's still out there and waiting for the end of his last meeting, I guess, for Torrance, for now, because I have a feeling you'll be back, right? But Rafi, I thank you for your years of friendship. You've been really an asset for Torrance, and so I just want to say good luck on your endeavors, and hopefully you'll come back to Torrance. This is where your family and friends are, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Matucci. I thought you were going to say that future President Rabukas. I also want to share that Councilman Kaji and Councilwoman Kalani, along with myself, we participated this past Sunday morning at Kendall Field for the Friendship Games. My understanding is there's roughly 50 baseball players from Japan who came. Last year, our boys in the Pony League Baseball League went to Japan, and this year they came here. And I had the opportunity to throw first pitch, and this time I did not shank it, so I think I'm okay this time. And and I encourage them, and they really like the idea to, let the friendship games grow. It's very, these boys are excellent opportunity to not only exchange athletic competition, very similar to what we're doing with our sister city culture exchange. I think last night I was at the open reception for the Kashua Student Exchange. I was encouraging them that on an annual basis, if the Kashua has a Little League baseball team, bring them along annually. I think, these are the kind of friendship games that will really promote more people-to-people exchange, especially as we work up to the 2028 Olympics. I think it'll be good for the city, and it'll be good for the international community. And it doesn't have to be just players from Japan, if you're listening out there, if you have a baseball team who's interested in coming to the city of Torrance and mix it up with our Little League teams, you got our number and contact us. Soccer as well. And I mentioned baseball is because baseball was what happened last Sunday. But if we're not, we are open to other opportunities. And I had the opportunity last Saturday night to serve as a judge for the 2023 Miss Taiwanese American pageant. It was a fun event. Did this for the second time in my life, and I think tonight, are we gonna end tonight? We're gonna go back to closed
We're going
session.
to closed session, Your Honor.
All right. So
Thank
at
you.
this moment, we are gonna break to closed session. And for those who do not come back and join us for the closing, for the adjournment, good night and enjoy. Okay, we've been in closed session. City Manager, anything to report out?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's council meeting.
I move to adjourn tonight's council meeting to Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023 at 5 o'clock p.m. for closed session with regular business commencing at 6:30 p.m. in council chambers.
I second.
Start voting, please.
Did I read
Your Honor,
your-
that motion carries with Councilmember Lewis absent.
Great. Good night.